Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Is my audio? Oh, my audio is muted on my iPad. Go on mute. All right, we're back on Fan Watch. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Colton Cake and Peekaboo and Cindy. Thank you so much, everybody that's here. Hi, Steve. Welcome. I was thinking yesterday, I have a really good idea. I think it's a really good idea. But in preparation for the Koberger trial, why don't we watch all of the pre-trial hearings together? Those won't be live, but they're on the East Idaho News. And I think if they're court proceedings, I can stream those. What do you all think? And I was reading yesterday, I think the lawyers are trying to, or the defense attorneys are trying to push out Brian Koberger's trial beyond August 11, but we will see what that's about. But yeah, let me know what you guys think, and then that way we can it's a good idea, you think, Peekaboo? I think so too, because it'll, it'll be more convenient, we can do it at times that are more reasonable, like, not at 6 o'clock in the morning. Not that it's been hard to wake up, it's just really shocking when my alarm goes off, and it's so funny because Aurora, my puppy, when she hears the alarm, she's like, "It's time to go. We're ready for the day." She is up and out of the bed once the alarm goes off. It's so cute. Okay, so Steve would love it. Peekaboo says we'll be prepared. Cindy says we'll be on board. Yeah, and then that way we can pause when we want, as we're watching it. Um, and yeah, okay, so it can be a reasonable time. I know. I know. Um, it's weird. Lately, I've been waking up on some days and my throat feels like, I don't know, like it's oh, wait. Oh, they're just showing what they just said. Okay, I will go on mute, everybody. Hi, Teaspoon. All right, everyone. So, Cindy, my understanding is that last time there were three charges filed against Karen, and the jury came out said they were deadlocked. But it turned out on two of the charges, they were unanimous about a not guilty verdict. And if they had known, I guess, that they could come out and be unanimous on two and be deadlocked on another, I think that that's okay to do. But they didn't know that, and it might be tied to the form. Please, Lisa, tell me if I'm not understanding it correctly. And only after the trial ended, a couple of the jurors approached the defense and said, "We were unanimous on a not guilty on those two charges." So it came down to thinking that it's about that form. And just now, when they showed Karen coming out of the courtroom, she said it's to avoid what happened last time. So I think that's why. Lisa says, honestly, the verdict form is not written well enough to cover every case that would come up in that state, but it is the official form. Yeah, and I almost wonder if this is part of a defense tactic so that if something happens like it did last time, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they could turn around to the judge and be like, well, we asked you, the but yeah, if it's a standard form, and the reason I'm saying maybe this is a tactic they're using because it seems kind of obvious that the answer would be no. So to ask is when something you know is a long shot, kind of. I don't know. Those are just my thoughts. Let me know what you all think about that. And I think there is a special coming out on the Idaho 4 university students, specifically, I think, about the students. Like it's meant to be a dedication, I think, to the students on Amazon Prime on July 11, I believe. I saw advertisements. I and my memory can be shoddy, so but I'm pretty sure I saw that that's happening on Amazon Prime. Um, yeah, we're gearing up for that trial. So I think I'm glad that everyone thinks it's a good idea. Starting soon, I'll start scheduling live streams and we can go through all of those pretrial hearings and we'll go through them in order. So how's everyone doing this morning? I was saying earlier, My I don't know what it is, but in my home sometimes I get the smell of smoke and chemicals. I don't know where it's coming from. I live in a condo, so it could be coming from someone else's unit and is making it into my unit. But I've talked to other neighbors and nobody smells it. So it's like specific to my window. I'm in my room. I'm in my condo. So I bought a couple of air quality readers and like a heavy duty air purifier that includes a charcoal filter, I think it is, because whenever I do smell it, my devices say that I have high CO2 and I have high volatile organic compounds. I don't know where it's coming. Why would there be high CO2 in my place, right? I don't know where it's coming from. So, and then I woke up this morning and my sensors. Oh, I'm going to go on mute, everybody. Yeah, that's a really good point, Steve and Colton Cake. It's like searching how long to die in the cold. If you know that someone is out there, your intent is not to help this person, right? Your intent is how long do we have to wait, basically, right? That's the impression it gives. Cindy, the footage of her backing into John's car is from John's home, so I would assume it's from his own security system. So then if they have that camera, they should know when Karen went back to his home. And I think they do because they talked about that um I forget where it was, where they talk about something about 28 minutes. What is that 28 minutes? I can't remember. I don't remember. I really like how this journalist is consistently saying that this is about John O'Keefe. I really respect that they keep doing that. Colton Cake says the footage of her arriving was deleted. Now, why would that be? And why would the footage of her hitting the car? Like, that's so important to her. Like, if I was one of them, the one I would delete is of her hitting John's car. Lisa says, but that search was in the middle of the night. That person was either an Albert or a relative to an Albert. Yes, exactly, Lisa. Like, this is not someone who's looking to help someone, right? Well, I mean, I suppose, I don't know, because even if you ask that question, it makes it makes it seem like you know how long they've been out there because you want something to compare it to. Colton Cake says the only person who had access to John's home camera was John, or rather his phone, which the police had. That's interesting, Colton Cake, that you say that. Um, like, I wonder if John at some point would have shared the security information with Karen since she stayed over often. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. Do you guys think they'll come back with verdict today? They said they're gonna go till about 4 o'clock. So um that's 1 p.m. my time. That's 6.5 hours from now for me, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 6.5 hours. I like that they're showing these testimonies because unfortunately we miss so much of it. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go back on mute. All right, everyone. Yeah, Lisa, I don't know, I don't know if to say collect people. Like, we don't know much about him, but he definitely helped people in need. We know how supportive he was of his sister. And I didn't realize this, but he moved into the sister's home before the brother in law passed away. So he had already committed to helping his niece and nephew grow up. And then when the brother in law passed away, he ended up having to take care of them completely. And they were saying something that John's sister's funeral, at the end of it, when John was giving a eulogy, he ended it by saying, "We'll take it from here," meaning they'll take care of the children, I think, from here. And then someone at John's funeral, I think John's brother, standing in the same spot John stood after his sister passed away, said it basically to John, "Well, now we'll take it from here." It's just so much tragedy for this family. And, John, from what I've seen so far, what I've heard of John helping people, it was with his sister and brother-in-law and helping his sister with cancer treatments and being there during that very difficult time. And then someone else said that there was another person who had cancer that John was helping out. And maybe, when you've seen someone go through cancer and you find out someone else does, it's kind of a soft spot, right, for you, so maybe that's why he was helping that other person too. Um, yeah, just my thoughts. I mean, we don't know what his intentions were. Um, like, did he have a savior complex? I don't know. I don't know. We don't know enough about him, like we know about Harry. Um, Yeah. Okay. Colton Cake says it's possible that both theories are true. That she did hit him, but fearing she would get away with it, the police did tamper with evidence to try to ensure she was convicted. Exactly. That's what's so complicated here. There are many possibilities and opposite things that can be true. I could I could see that too. But that that Officer Proctor and those text messages, those are infuriating and disgusting, and that just makes me very mad. Um, AI says, hard to believe that a big party at their home and not see a body in the front yard. Some people were explaining that that night it was very windy and loud, and it could have been hard to hear anything. I I don't know if that would make sense, that they didn't hear anything. And the body was really, if you look at where it was positioned, it was really far away from the front door. Let me see if I can find an image of it. What was it? 34 Fairview Lane, isn't it? Fairview Road. I don't even have to type it all out. It just comes up. Okay. Here, maybe let's try this one. Okay, guys, I'll go on mute really quick. So I don't like what this journalist just said about how Karen just ran out of the house because that's not true. According to Karen's experience, Karen said after they went back to John's home, after he had passed away, she tried to stick around and they there was a phone call. I think this is what I understood from Karen. There was a phone call, and after this phone call, everyone's attitude in the home changed. And Karen was there with her father and brother, and they left because they felt that at this point, the family thought that she had hit him. So here's the home. The flagpole is off to the left. And if we look at it from here, it's like close to that tree line. So it's very far away from the front door. Karen says that that night when they came, um, John entered the home through the side door. So not the front door, s- but that I'm assuming it means that brown door on the side next to the garage, or I don't know if on the other side of those garages if there's another door. So it's a snowing night. It's a cold night. And it was said that John was not wearing a coat. So he would run to the door that's closest to him. If the car was out by where that flagpole was, or if it was off on the street, he would enter through that center door, right? That middle door. But he didn't. If he was in the driveway, it would make sense why he would go to the brown door, right? So it's really, this is how I'm deducing it. AI says there's also a curb 4 inches vertical. If she hit that at 27 miles per hour, she most likely would have bent her back rims and broke the steel belt in the tire. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. Lisa says the collection of evidence was a mess. They used a leaf blower the day of the accident. The actual evidence of the broken taillight was found after Karen's car was impounded and weeks later. And, they tried to mislead the jury in that first trial by showing that inverted video to try to show that there was that Michael Proctor and I forget which other officer that they were not hanging out by that rear taillight that was broken, and then to uncover that it was a mirror image and they actually were hanging out there. So there was a lot of deception um, happening at that point. Now, whether the prosecutor knew that there was deception or they handed him the evidence and he thought that this is the true evidence, I don't know. Lisa says through the gate to the entrance of the basement. Steve says, what if she hit him and she went and he then went in the house and got into a drunk fight and fell back and hit his head and died? It could be, and it was strange because Jennifer McCabe's husband, they were in a group chat, and in that chat, he said something like, "Just tell everyone he didn't come in the home," or something along those lines, which implies he did come into the home. Because if he didn't come into the home, why do you need to tell everybody? Don't say he came into the home. Odd behavior. In either case, because the detectives are so shady, it's hard to come to a conclusion, in my opinion. Okay, you guys have good signal. For me, the audio was like every couple of seconds it would go silent. My internet seems okay. Yeah, so let's see. So right now it's 10:15 Boston time. And I'm hoping Lisa's prediction is right and they're going to come this morning with a verdict. I hope so. One of the other court TV people last week was saying that they predicted a Tuesday um, return. And some other people were saying statistically it's on the third day that they come back. So we'll see. And I'm noticing that this broadcast is a little bit skewed. Um, they just said they're gonna give the best. Yeah, can you hear me? I am talking. And my circle is moving. See, my circle is moving. So according to me, you can hear me. Can you hear me? Lisa's signal was horrible yesterday. Okay, Peekaboo, so you can hear me. Okay. I hope you can hear me, Cindy. Um, oh, I missed this this comment from AI. Higgins in bar. John, want to go outside? Albert, no, not here. We will get in trouble. Higgins says, okay, let's meet in Albert's garage and we'll settle this. John says, on my way. Karen, wait in the car. Well, that's wild because they did show footage that there was fighting, a setup for fight to happen. And they are saying that he had a black eye, potentially two of them. That's completely a scenario that makes sense. And Karen wasn't even there. Maybe Karen didn't even know they were going to fight. I don't know. Okay, Cindy's going to reload. Okay, Margaret can hear me. Colton Kate can hear me. Peekaboo says could have happened that way. Yeah, yeah. The body was just so far from the home. It just doesn't make sense for him to have been there. No matter what circumstance, right? I mean, unless Karen dropped him off, but Karen was under the impression she was going to go too. Or what if Karen was in the driveway, she waited the 10 minutes, she was getting annoyed that he didn't come back, so she starts driving away and he's chasing after her car, and that's why he ends up on that side that far away? Lisa says that makes sense. What if the dog attacked while the fight was on? Yeah, and they were saying that that dog, was could be aggressive, and that's why they rehomed him. Is my audio okay? Because I usually sit at my desk when I'm talking to you all, but I have a standing desk, so I lifted. Let me know if my voice sounds okay. I just want to make sure, and I'm gonna go on mute, everybody. All right, everybody. What did I miss? Let's see. Colton Cake says, um, talking about coffee and instant is very weak. Peekaboo says, I'll buy you smoother beans and send me the strong ones. That's sweet. I like this barter system, this exchange. Let's see. AI digital marketing says ChatGPT says not guilty on all charges, possibly on OUI, but too much publicity and community will go not guilty on all charges. Jury has to live there after it's over. Yeah, that's a good point. Do you think they'll ever, if she's found not guilty, that they'll bring charges against someone else? I feel that their investigation has focused so much on her that even if they do find someone else, the defense for that new trial will be like, well, what about the taillight pieces that were found? How do you know Karen didn't do it? Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm going to go back on mute, everybody. All right. Lisa says they would never file against another person. All the defense would have to do is tell the grand jury. They were so sure Karen Reed did this. Now it's my client. Exactly. What does that mean? Ducked. Was that was that a typo? Culture cake? I don't know. Donna Adelson. I know. Lisa, can you believe that? I can't. Okay, so tell me, Lisa, if I'm wrong about this case. This is the case where there was a couple that were married, and they had 2 kids together. They were both, I think, attorneys and professors at a university together. They appeared to be a match made in heaven, but for whatever reason, they moved to some city that was further away from her family, and she started missing her family. So she wanted to move back to where her parents lived, and he didn't want to. So eventually he's going to the gym, and on his way home he gets shot in his driveway. And when it all came full, like, eventually what happened was the Don I'm not Donna, what's the wife? I forget what her name is. She They don't know if she's 100% involved from what I remember, but the brothers had a girlfriend who had a criminal ex-boyfriend or something, and they hired him to kill Mr. Adelson. I forget his first name too. And it ended up being a conspiracy that the mom and dad were also involved, and Donna would be the mom of the woman who was married to the victim. Am I right, Lisa? Is that the same story? I'm pretty sure that's the Adelson story. And if I'm not mistaken, Donna and her husband in their community, they were very well known. They owned a dental practice, I want to say. How do I remember these things? It was a Dateline episode or something, but I've seen the case a couple of times, and they could never say, from what I remember, that the wife was involved. Like, some people think that she may have had nothing to do with it. They couldn't find connections there, and that her brother and her mom and her dad just came together and planned this attempted, not sorry, it's not attempted murder. It was actually murder. He was murdered. I know. Come on, Journey. Come on back. Okay, Lisa says that's the case. Charlie, the brother, was convicted, but the mother's case has been delayed because Charlie won't let her use his attorney. Why is that? I didn't know about that. This is a good case too, everybody. Um, Man, I just have so much for all of us to sit and watch together. Um, and from what I remember, I think Charlie was a handsome man, right? From what I remember, I don't know. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go back on mute. All right, everyone. It looks like they're gearing up for a question. I'm excited to hear what this question is. It might give us some insight into what the jury is thinking and how close they are. Um, we'll see. We'll see. I'm very interested to know. Margaret says the police sound very suspicious. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yeah, it's all really shady. I hadn't realized that Jen McCabe was a little bit defensive on during cross-examination. I hadn't seen that part. Lisa says that the attorney was the Adelson family attorney that was used until they split the cases. Well, Donna should call Alan Jackson because he's great. He might have some free time in a little bit. But yeah, well, I mean that case is going to trial soon, right? Lisa, I think that's what they were saying. Yeah, that one was so sad because it looked like such a beautiful family. The two attorneys that were university professors and well acknowledged and um yeah, yeah, very sad. Yay, there's 9 of you here with me. Thanks for being here. Lisa says Jen McCabe was a nightmare diva in the first trial. I wish I had watched this from the beginning. Unfortunately, I didn't, but we will do it for the Brian Koberger trial. We will be all in. Um, I'm excited about that to share that with all of you, and I'll start setting up live streams where we'll go through the all the previous pre-trial hearings and things that have happened until this point. Yeah, so let's see. Hopefully the jury comes back soon and gives us that question. I'm curious to hear what it is. Do I think all of the parties have to be there, right, for the question to be asked in case it is a question for Karen? I think so. Lisa says Brian has a fabulous defense attorney. Who's Brian, Lisa? I hope they come back. Oh, Brian. Okay, Brian Koberger. I'm guessing. This is what happens when I wake up before 6 o'clock 2 days in a row. Oh my goodness. Tomorrow, you all, I don't know what I am gonna sound like if I wake up again before 6 o'clock. It wouldn't be so bad if I slept at a reasonable time, but I just can't. Like between these trials and then jumping on YouTube to see what the Sidley twins have posted and what Dan Wooten has posted, before you know it, it's midnight. Last night I watched the 2020 version of the Karen Reed trial. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go back on mute. Okay, it seems we might be getting close. So, Margaret, what they're saying is that the questions that the jury just asked are about the very last charge of the three charges. So, the assumption is they've made their way through the larger questions. The larger charges, the guilty, the attempted murder, not, oh my gosh, my brain. The murder charge, and now they're basically at the lowest stage. And if that's the questions that they're asking, that means they're getting very close to the end, that this is the last issue that they have, whether or not Karen was driving under the influence. And one of the questions was, well, when you bring up these under the influence charges, are we talking about 12:30 in the morning, or are we talking about 5 a.m.? So let's see what happens. I think that's a good sign for the defense, because they're if they and this is what Vinny, I think this is what he was implying, that if they found her guilty on the murder charges, the driving under the influence charges are inconsequential. Why ask a question about that if the highest charge is already a guilty verdict? So Lisa says usually the jury's questions are geared more to the meaning of the charges or the law. Colton Cake says, I'm surprised they asked if the interview footage was evidence. Because both sides, mostly the prosecution showed and I assume when they're talking about interview footage, they're talking about like the Dateline, the 2020, that footage. Lisa says the OUI charge is at the bottom of the verdict form. So, yeah, the implication is they've already worked their way through the other two charges. Oh, I'm glad you're here, Agatha. Welcome. We might be towards the end here, it seems. What do you need help with, Agatha? Teaspoon says, anything you say can be used against you here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I feel some trouble brewing. Just kidding, everybody. Yay. I'm excited you're all here. Steve says, in the interview, did she admit to DUI? She said, I don't remember which, if it was Dateline or 2020, but she said it's an open thing that people just drink and go driving. And I was very surprised actually with how easily she said that, especially because she's hanging out with a group of police officers. And for a police officer to get caught with a DUI, that's the end of a career, right? So it was very strange to me how nonchalantly she said that. And she did kind of admit to it. Yeah. I'm not sure though if that was the interview footage that they're talking about. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully. So let's see. Right now over there it's 11:17 a.m. and they're going to go until 4 p.m. today. So we're talking about another 5 hours roughly. All right, everyone. I'm going to go back on mute. All right, here we are. Colton Cake says, I like that she said she was uncomfortable having a time because that's kind of the whole point. And also seems obvious that the interviews are evidence because they were presented as such. Lisa says Jackson is giving fair answers and the prosecution isn't. Colton Cake says, yeah, it was sketchy that he suggested the earlier time that would impact the other charges. I mean, that is his job. Yeah, interesting. I wish they would show the clock for how long they've been deliberating. I haven't seen it in a bit. But hopefully we're getting close, you guys. If these questions are any indication of how far they've come, we're getting there. And let's see, lunchtime is almost now for them. So maybe they'll have a nice full stomach and then decide. I don't I think it would be I would gain so much weight if I was on a jury trial because imagine you're in a room all day. The only thing you only have to look forward to is food. Oh my gosh, do you guys think you would be that way too? Like, I imagine just eating deli sandwiches all day. It would be such a, it would be so difficult to make healthier choices, I feel. Agatha was watching the clock at work. Yeah. Yeah, let's get there. Let's get there. Let's get to this verdict today. Day 35, it says. That's a long time. Someone's username is Dr. Rentschler's ham sandwich. Agatha says, I wish it was in California. I would order In-N-Out all day. Yeah, bring me some In-N-Out. I actually haven't had In-N-Out in so long. My my soul dog that passed away, I used to give her In-N-Out all the time, especially on her birthday. And after she passed and on March 8, 2024, I just haven't been able to eat it. I feel like when I do make that choice to eat it again, that's I don't know, it'll be a positive sign of where I am in my grief journey. Steve says, "Can you send out for pizza?" Yep, everyone, rounds of pizza. That's what we're doing. Yeah, Margaret says would want to eat out of nervousness. Yep. Yeah, they don't have In-N-Out on the East Coast. Lisa says no OUI charge came at 12:45, so you can't say the OUI was at 12:45. The blood test was done in the morning after they took John to the hospital. Exactly. You have to go with the evidence at the time, and actually, okay, if you're going with the 5 a.m. one, she wasn't the one driving. Carrie was driving. She was in the back seat, according to the witnesses, acting pretty wild. Like, I don't know how you could surmise someone's blood alcohol level at 12 a.m. when the test is done at 5 or 6 a.m. It just doesn't make sense. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I wanna know from ChatGPT, how long is too long to, um, to decide? Oh, Agatha ordered chicken wings. That's great. Agatha, I'm gonna go on mute, everybody. All right, everyone. So that audio isn't choppy for you. For me, it like goes in and out. Maybe I need to um, quit the app and jump back in. I may need to do that. Yeah, so here we go, everybody. Lots of good points. I love how Agatha pointed out the rum cake. She could have had rum cake. And in Seinfeld, when Elaine was supposed to go to, oh gosh, I don't, somewhere in Africa with her boss Peterson, and she was testing positive for opium, and the culprit was the poppy seed muffins or bagels or something she was having every day. Yeah. Lisa said, oh, I saw that already. Agatha says, I was just watching the bloopers, and that always cheers me up. Oh, the bloopers from Seinfeld. I should watch those. I bet they're great. They are. Agatha says, yeah. The chat is going wild in on Court TV. There's a lot of people there. It says 31,000 people, I think, in Court TV's chat. Everyone's waiting to see what happens. Some people are saying they think verdict today is high. Chances are high. I think so too. And I'm gonna support Lisa's prediction. It's coming today. It's coming today. Someone in the chat said that Karen is seen crying in the courtroom. Happy tears. Yannetti is smiling to her family. The family is happy speaking with Yannetti. This is all but over, folks. Someone just said that. I don't know how true that is. Colton Cake says, oh my God, that's insane. How can you even talk or keep up when there's that many? I know. I know. It's a lot of people in that chat. Yeah, let's see. Lisa says, yesterday after the trial, I went to Emily D. Baker's channel. She still had over 22,000 people. Wow. Yeah, people are fascinated by this case. It's just so much of it doesn't add up, and the investigation was terrible. Like, the investigation alone being the way that it is should be enough to just throw the case out. There's so much reasonable doubt. Steve says, yes, this small group is just the right amount of people. Yep, so we can bond and chat and have conversations. Colton Cake says, I much prefer the smaller lives where you can actually chat. Yep, and that's what we're doing here. Lisa says, you slow the comments down to one comment every 5 minutes. Well, it looks like they are coming back. I'm going to go on mute, guys. My audio got better exiting YouTube and going back, so it wasn't splotchy for me, so that was great. Margaret says, "How on earth can that many people chat?" Agatha says, "Tomorrow I have video editing and home office day if they don't come back today." That sounds like very serious work, Agatha, and I can't see you doing that while physically at the office. You have to do that at home. Oh my goodness. A friend of mine told me that what's the word she used? That I rationalize my decisions. And I kind of took offense to that because what I'm doing is strategizing. Like, Agatha, what you're doing, you're not rationalizing that you should stay at home to work on. You're strategizing because you can get much more done and watch the trial, right? Lisa says, but it shows the interest in the case. Yeah, it does. I think Andrea Burkhart is covering this as well as Recovery Addict. Agatha says, I do the video, not the audio, so I can listen. So, Agatha, is that what you do? You do video editing? Colton Cake says at that point, it's just people screaming into the void. Yeah, those are hard chats to manage. When I do live streams on Revealing the Narc and there's like 200 people there, oh my gosh, it's so hard to look at the chat and pick out what to highlight and also keep the chat going at the same time, and it's important what chats you highlight because you could have someone writing some really bad stuff that you don't want, to show up in the chat. But luckily, I have another friend who helps moderate, so that that really saves me on those huge live streams. I should do a live on Revealing the Narc soon. Colton Cake says it's a PTSD thing, feeling like you need to justify every decision. Oh, is it? I do the same, and I also need other people's perspective to check it. I'm right a lot. I do that too, Colton Cake. And I recently did a members only video on YouTube for Revealing the Narc because I found a quote that was attributed to Angelina Jolie, but I don't know that Angelina Jolie said it. Like, there's no video footage of her saying it. Um, but it really doesn't matter if she said it or not. But the quote was something like, if you go and talk to three people about the same problem, you're not looking for a solution. You're looking, um, I forget what it was, how it ended. And that just really rubbed me the wrong way because when you've been invalidated over and over and over again, you talk to multiple people because it's like, you can't believe that it happened. You know, is it true? Like, is my perspective right? Am I thinking the right thing? And yeah, that's just my opinion. Agatha says, yes, that's my business, but I also have a job where I have to be present. I hope to get to the point where I just work online. Oh, Agatha, you and me both. You and me both. And I really hope that for you. I hope that your business is able to do that. Yeah, you're able to grow and just work online. Lisa says, if you have a valid question with 50,000 people, you get no answers. Margaret says, I cannot read and write at the same time. Same. Okay, Agatha will be right back. Colton Cake says for confirmation. Yeah, and it's like sometimes something so awful happens. Someone did something so terrible that it's like, could could this really, like, could that kind of evil really exist? Could that have happened to me? And I'm referring to, what my stepmom did to me as a child, because how could something so terrible happen? How could someone be so cruel to a child? Like, you can't believe it. So you talk to people and people and people and to everybody. And every time someone reacts and says, that's outrageous, I can't believe that happened, it's like a little bit of that, was I responsible for it, melts away because you recognize what happened wasn't normal or healthy or good. Margaret says, I can identify with you on that. Steve says, I agree with you. Group therapy is really valid. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um, for options, RV, Cindy. So Cindy, do you mean like you talk to so many people to find out what other options you have? Exactly. And when you've been invalidated so long, you've been told your reality is not that your perception is wrong and that you can't make your own decisions and you're just not qualified. And for me, for example, my ex-husband, he used to say, "You don't even load the dishwasher right." So then it's like, if I don't even load the dishwasher right, how could I make a good decision about X, Y, or Z? You know what I mean? When you're in relationships with these types of personalities, there's this, it really destroys your self-esteem. You don't feel confident making any decisions because you're being criticized for the simplest decisions. Just my thoughts. Just my thoughts. So we've been streaming for almost 3 hours, everybody. Thanks for being here with me. It's a great experience. And right now it's noon over there. So these poor people have to come back, listen to all of these things, and they still haven't had lunch. Give them lunch and then call them back. Just my opinion. Uh, AI digital marketing says, thanks. Colton Cake says, yes, like all your choices are wrong. All your feelings are wrong. All your observations and perceptions are wrong. So once you come out from under that, you have to check in with normal people. Yes, to see if you're actually right or wrong. Yes. Steve says it helps to unravel the game they playing and you can get support in recovering your power. Exactly. Like I remember I knew my ex was mad. Okay, I knew it. His body language was mad. He was mad. And I would ask him, "Are you mad?" And he'd say, "I'm not mad." But every evidence is pointing to he is mad. And so when, your perception is this is a mad person, and then they're denying your reality, they're denying your perception, you start to doubt how you read people. Yeah. Lisa says, that's why I love the show Doc Martin. They gradually show you why the guy, even though he is a genius, is so shut down. I've never heard of this show, Doc Martin. AI is saying, once I thought I was wrong, I was right. Yeah, yeah, exactly, everybody. Exactly. And it used to be so my ex, we were together, I don't know, 11 years roughly. 9 of those years were married. And in the first 4 years of us being together, he discarded me 9 times. And, I take responsibility because if he discarded me 9 times, but I went back 9 times, right? So the ninth time he discarded me, I was ready to move on, seriously. And he came back and he's like, "We'll go to therapy and I'll go to therapy too." So we started going to couples therapy and, as soon as he knew he had me, he never went to his therapy. Um, pulled the bait and switch on me. And I remember when we were in our marriage counseling, the therapist would say, whenever she's asking you to she said it to my ex-husband, "Whenever she's asking you that you're upset or angry, answer her honestly, and in return, she will not press the issue." So it was always so then after that, I would say, "Are you mad?" And he would say, "No." And I would have to remind him, like, "Look, you can tell me if you're angry. You don't have to tell me why you're angry. Just don't deny my reality." And then, every time if he was in a kind mood, he would agree, like, "Yes, I'm angry." It's like, okay, that's all I needed to know. Don't deny my gut feeling that I know something is off here. Yes. The number one cause of death is life. Yep. That's hilarious. Margaret says, "I doubt everything that comes out of my mouth." Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. Steve says the game is like Greenhouse from the book The Games People Play by Eric Byrne. I have not heard of that. Colton Cake says, I heard that statistically women go back to abusive partners 7 times before leaving for good. Okay. I the ninth time when we got back together after that marriage counseling thing, I had told him when we got back together, this is the last time. You break up with me one more time, you end this relationship one more time, and I am not coming back. I'm just not. And and that's why I always say you can discard someone, but still be in a relationship with them because he emotionally discarded me towards the end of our marriage. He just didn't break up with me. The the cold indifference you feel in that kind of marriage, like he didn't physically need to break up with me. Oh, it was awful. It was so awful. Lisa says it's an English show. It ran for 10 years. He is a doctor and gets some interesting and funny cases in a fishing village in Cornwall. Colton Cake says that therapist should have realized he was a narc. And you know what, Colton Cake? I think she did because that's why she told him to validate me. And here's the thing, they can't tell you, right, that you're dealing with a narc. And I actually didn't realize he was a narc until I separated and I was talking to my therapist, and my therapist was like, he's a narcissist. So it was like everything then made sense, you know, finally, it all made sense. Colton Cake says, I also went back to 2 abusive exes multiple times too. Yeah, you're in a vulnerable state and your heart is broken, and it's hard to let go. It's hard to let go for sure. Steve says it's analysis of psychological games. It's a great book. I'll have to look into that. Okay, Verdict Watch says, oh, it's paused at 11 hours, 52 minutes and 30 seconds. Maybe they're at lunch. Is that why it's paused? Did I miss that? I may have missed that. I don't know. AI digital marketing says the pyramids in Egypt were built to make fresh water from the air. The water collects under the sandstone and drains into the moat around the base of the pyramid. I haven't heard of that. Margaret says all therapists don't recognize it. Yeah. Colton Cake says, yeah, I realized so much about my dad when I learned what a narc is. And it's weird, when you've been around narcissists your whole life, because you're used to that emotional roller coaster, you gravitate towards that in friendships, in romantic relationships, in professional relationships. So you're recognizing that same pattern is happening in so many different relationships that you have. Someone one time on one of my YouTube videos commented something along the lines of, so let me get this straight. Um, the narrator had both a malignant narcissist stepmom and an ex-husband that was a narcissist, and then put that emoji of like someone looking skeptical. And it's like that's actually what happens. You grow up in it and um, you end up following that type of pattern because that's what you're used to. That's what feels safe. And I've said my stepmom is a malignant narc, but not just my stepmom. Lots of I would say women. Um, oh, I'm gonna go on mute, everybody. Why is she asking everyone to stay? What do you think is going to happen? I'm curious why she asked them to stay. I don't know. I don't know. We got a couple hours left, everybody. It's 12:20 over there, so another 3.5 hours for today. Let's see. Where am I in the chat? Um, yeah, the form does sound pretty confusing. Colton Cake, yes, she does. And one of the things in the Dateline, and I forget which one, but Karen talks about how the the same day that John O'Keefe is pronounced deceased, she goes to John's house with her dad and her brother, and John's family is there, including the mom. And at first she says everything seemed okay. Karen asks John's brother, "What did you think when you saw him? What happened to him?" John's brother says he looks like he got in a fight. And then a phone call comes, and that's the moment that I think the police, or I don't know who, made an allegation or implied that Karen hit him. And it was at that moment that Karen felt uncomfortable, grabbed her things, and her dad and brother and herself, they left. Karen also said when they first got to the house, they looked at her broken taillight. So they may have already been thinking along those lines because they were looking at her broken taillight. Steve says, I thought you might have read it because your behavioral analysis is so accurate. No, it's just if you think it's accurate, thank you for that. I hope it is accurate. And it's because I've been around these narcs my entire life. Maybe because of lunch break, Teaspoon says. Lisa says she is giving answers to the jury questions. AI Digital Marketing says years ago it was one charge and a verdict of guilty or not guilty. Now they got all of these lesser including offenses, giving a better chance to get a conviction. Not fair at all. Yeah, it is a better chance at getting a conviction, right? Because people are like they compromise. Okay, maybe let's not say guilty on the biggest charge, but maybe let's say guilty on a lesser charge. Yeah, I could totally see that too. Okay, it looks like they're coming back. I'm gonna go back on mute. Well, they're quiet, so maybe they went back to the judge's chambers, it seems, because the defense is definitely not there, but this camera doesn't pick up on the prosecution. So I'm not sure. Teaspoon says maybe he got into a fight with the other cop that got fired, and that cop is setting her up. So the cop that got fired, Proctor, he wasn't present that night. He just came on after the fact. He was the lead investigator. It seems like how the defense is playing it is that Brian, what's the other one's last name? Brian Albert owns the home. Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins and Karen had a texting exchange where they were kind of flirting with each other. And in the bar that night, allegedly, Brian Higgins was challenging John O'Keefe to a fight. So it could be that there was a fight between Higgins and John O'Keefe. There was even in that video footage from the bar There were, like, it looked like they were gearing up for a fight, and I don't remember, someone in the chat today said that Higgins wanted to fight. Brian Albert was like, "No, don't do it here. We can't do it here." And then they went back to the house to fight. Yeah. AI Digital Marketing says, "Don't you think Higgins was watching out the window after John was knocked out to see what Karen was going to do? He watched her pull away. Maybe her taillight was already broken, and he seen that." Okay, let me read that one more time. "Don't you think Higgins was watching out the window after John was knocked out?" So, can you explain what you mean? Because the way that I'm gathering it from what we've seen from the closing statements, because I didn't see the majority of the trial, was that the implication is Higgins was the one challenging O'Keefe to a fight, and probably Higgins was the one that did it. But it's so weird because if they did fight, then the implication there is they're fighting over Karen. And the prosecution was saying that that relationship was pretty much almost over. And something they said that got my antenna up. They said that Karen named a woman who lived on the same street. And Karen said, "Oh, did John maybe go to her house?" And this was also a woman that John had dated. So Karen maybe was thinking, and in interviews she said this, she thought that John didn't come back to the car because he was, I think, cheating on her. You guys let me know if you all got that impression too. Okay, Agatha says it's kind of funny. Proctor wasn't even invited that night and was the first to take the fall. Well, Proctor's the lead investigator, and he was, I mean, the text messages, the things he was saying about Karen in those text messages, "Oh, I haven't found any nudes yet in her phone." Like, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. That's someone who's taking authority and power and abusing it. It's sick. Oh, that guy grosses me out. Colton Cake says, "I think they had video of her car before the event happened and it wasn't broken." Meaning, from the bar. Lisa says Proctor showed up the next morning but said he wasn't going to investigate the Alberts because Proctor wasn't going to investigate another cop. And this is the shady thing. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go back on mute. All right. So Cindy's saying so there was no party. It was just a beatdown on John. It could have been because the Alberts were like, "Okay, everyone come over to our house." And maybe that's when this alleged fight happened. And Brian Albert tells Brian Higgins, "Don't do it here. Let's just go back to our place." It could be. AI says John went to a house he never been to but knew where it was at. He wasn't going there to make, he was going there to fight. Yeah. Yeah, it is sick, right? Proctor is sick. It disgusts me, the things that he was saying. And now, if I'm ever in trouble and the police take my phone, I'm gonna be like, what are they looking for? What are it's gross. Okay, Colton Cake says back after lunch at 1:30. I don't know if that means Colton Cake, you're gonna go for lunch right now, or but it's like way late for you. It's almost 9:30, maybe? Lisa says exactly. She thought he went to that other woman's home and that's why he didn't come home. Yeah. AI Digital Marketing says Karen didn't know John was going to the house to fight with Higgins. He probably told her to stay in the car. I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh, the judge said to come back at 1:30. Did I miss that? How did I miss that? Yeah, it's nearly dinner time for you, Colton Cake. It's interesting, right? Like, if you think about it, did Karen not see when they were in the bar and Higgins was being aggressive towards John? Because there was like a it looked like they were gonna fight right there in the bar. I think it was O'Keefe that was they in the closing arguments, they weren't very clear about which 2 were the ones taking that stance, but the implication is that it was Higgins and John O'Keefe. And it's like, okay, if you let's say you're Karen and you know that John is going there to fight, you drop him off and he doesn't come back, you'd be worried. Like that's even more of an indication that she didn't know there was going to be a fight if that was the case. Agatha says, "What cult was that your dad was in, if I may ask?" If you don't want to say, it's fine, Agatha says. Lisa says, "I don't think Karen thought John hooked up with the other woman. I think she was just trying to figure out where he was." Yeah, I don't think she did either, but because she couldn't explain where did he go? He went into that house. I didn't see where he went. Could he have gone to that other woman's house? Like, I think that's someone whose brain is trying to make connections because they have no idea what happened. That's what it seems like to me. But when they were in Aruba, which was right before this incident happened, there was a jealous streak, allegedly, because there was a woman that John was talking to, and Karen got very aggressive with that woman. Agatha says she would have checked the house of the other woman. AI says never walk into an ambush. John was not wise in going there. John got hit a couple times, fell back, hit his head, and then unfortunately the dog tore up his arm. This is completely plausible. Completely plausible. And then they move his body, and it's weird. Why would they move it to that corner? Yeah, this actually seems like the most logical thing that could have happened. Let me know, what do you all think? Do you think this is the most most logical thing? And I think John thought, "Okay, I'm going to a house full of police officers." He didn't think it would be an ambush. Maybe he thought it was just gonna be a fight with him and Brian Higgins. It's just weird that if the relationship was coming to an end, why would he still fight with Brian Higgins if the cause of the fight was Karen? All right, people in the chat are talking about cults. So everybody that's here, Cults and Cake has a YouTube channel, um, and I think she's going to be talking a lot about cults. So go give her a follow. It's just Cults and Cake, right? Cults and Cake. AI Digital Marketing says, why didn't they just call the paramedics? They could have said it was self defense. Yeah. Why didn't they? I don't know. I don't know. It seems like the most plausible thing that happened, and Margaret thinks so too. And then Proctor can just, if he doesn't have to go into the house, he doesn't find DNA evidence of any struggle of John in that home. Lisa says there were some young kids in the house for a birthday that night. One of the kids said they saw a big guy they didn't know in the house. I haven't seen that testimony, but it was Brian Albert's son's birthday party. And and then I don't remember who it was that said it, but John O'Keefe was 6'2". So he could be considered a big guy that they didn't know come into the house. Teaspoon says that explanation sounds like a possibility. And then in their drunken state, they move the body to the furthest from their home. And Jennifer McCabe does that search. How long will it take for a body to die in the cold? I mean, it all makes sense. This makes a lot more sense than she hit him with her car because the injuries don't match. The body location doesn't match. And then let's say you're Jennifer McCabe and you know that this has happened and you're driving with Karen in the car and Karen says she spots the body. She would know. I'm sorry, Jen McCabe would know that that's where it was. Yeah. Agatha says Raymond Armin was born in London under the name, I'm going to not pronounce that well, Schurtenlieb. Colton Cake says, thank you. Yes, it's the same as my name. I talk about religion, cults, narcs, and other bits and bobs. And I'm working on a deep dive of Lori and Chad's cult beliefs at the moment, Colton Cake says. Cindy says, maybe the body shape buried under the snow would blend in better with the white fence. It seemed, though, that the body was found more towards the street and near those trees. I wish I had like some type of pointer. Um, so it was closer to the street from the drawings that I saw um, than it was towards the house. Teaspoon says fight is unbecoming of an officer. Moving him there could implicate her. Steve says obsessive behavior. I think they fought and he got black eyes and fell back and hit his head on a shelf. Yeah, because he did have damage to the back of his head, right? Oh, thank you, Agatha. Lisa says Brian Albert's brother had already served time. As a police officer, he was convicted, of hit and run, OUI murder. Wow, that's not good. Okay, Agatha is explaining that it means sweet village, that word that I tried to pronounce, and I'm not sure if I got it right, but there it is. So they said they would be back at 1:30. That's 51 minutes from now, I believe. Why is Court TV not coming back? Are they on a lunch break? Or the Village's favorite? Lisa says Brian's brother now runs a pizza parlor. Hmm. Yeah, it is ironic, right? That Brian's brother himself was convicted of a hit and run OUI murder. I wonder the timing on that. What's in a name, right, Agatha? Absolutely. Yeah. I wish I could find a picture that showed the placement of where his body was found. I saw the diagram of it. I think it was on Dateline. Dateline had the rendition, I think, of where he was found. Let me see if I can find it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do a search and I'll be right back. Okay, everyone, I think I found it. Let me upload it here. Here we go. So see, it was found pretty much as far from the house as possible and closer to the street and not the gate. Steve says the expert witness said the head injury was like he had a straight object like a shelf. Okay. Agatha says that cult really is all over the world. Never heard of it. I've never heard of it either, what you all were talking about. Cults and cake and Agatha. Lisa says it was Judge Bev's brother that defended Brian's brother. That's why Judge. Oh my gosh, are you serious? Yeah, that is a big connection. Did the judge know that this was going to be part of the defense's theory that something went on in the Albert home? Oh my gosh, Lisa, seriously? That is ridiculous. Do they not have enough judges over there? Wow. And I remember other people have been saying that this judge has been leaning a lot towards the prosecution. Cindy says, how are all these judges getting around conflict of interest cases? Yeah, how are they doing it? Oh, it was discussed in pretrial moves, Lisa said. That's wild. Some things are unbelievable. So yeah, now that all of you see the diagram, how do you think he got there? Like like if she hit him, what did she do? And if it's her passenger taillight that hit him, what did she do? Get on the grass? Why were there not tire marks in the snow? Even if tire marks were covered by the snow, they would still be there a little bit, right? That's so I get what you were saying now, AI. Because you said she would have to go up on the sidewalk, and she would for his body to end up there. And she would almost have to be perpendicular, right? If it was her um, passenger side taillight that hit. And actually, I just recognized that by saying passenger side, that's different in the UK than it is here in America. But so in the UK, that would be the driver's side. It took me a while to get used to that when I visited the UK a couple of years ago. Let's see. Steve says the defense objected and she defended, saying it was the media. Lisa says in pretrial, it is decided what can and cannot be presented in the trial. So in pretrial, she would know that this is something that the defense is leaning towards. And at that point, perhaps she could have recused herself, right, Lisa? Yeah. I wonder if I can find any pictures of that area in the snow. Here, there's this picture. Let's see if I can show you all this one. Here's what it looks like in the snow with the flagpole there. And they said there wasn't a lot of blood evidence there, too, right? Here's one that shows the diagram of where the shoe was found. Let me upload that one really quick. And there's the flagpole off to the right. So, see, that's getting close to the street. It's like further away from, yeah, this is a long way from the house. Here. Agda says if the snow was that high, she probably could have gone up on the side thing, the curb. At that point, the snow, I think, hadn't gotten that high yet. I think. Yes, the shoe was found later. So where was the shoe in the house? Yeah, where was the shoe? And if you know about getting hit by a car, that's something that's common that happens, that the the victim's shoes come off. AI says, Tony, where did you put? I'm not going to read that all. You all can read it. Um, Cindy says, I think the grass would be flattened.
Call it mean you're guilty on the charge.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to go on mute.
I went through
Yeah, that was an interesting perspective that that lady was giving, that if they're questioning whether or not she was drunk, it could because they're wondering if she was drunk when she hit them. Agatha says, "I can imagine them being sloppy like that." Yeah, so the issue was that it was in the middle of a storm and they couldn't find ways to collect things, so this is how they collected it. So this was the best they could do at the time. The bag is from a to-go like food delivery place. I think it was a pizza place or something like that. Yeah, yeah. Back to these pictures. There it is. So let's say the people in the home did it. Why place him here? Why there? Like if they wanted to try to implicate Karen in doing it, they should put him by the driveway. Right? What do you all think about that? Mm. Lisa says, "Don't most squad cars have evidence collecting kids?" I don't know. You're right, though, Lisa. You'd think they would. Agatha says the defense says that's where the door is. Um, which door, Agatha? Where they got him out to place him there. No, it's so far from the actual house. And imagine Karen was driving by and she saw it, saw his body. They used the leftover cups from the birthday party. Too bad they didn't wear the party hats while collecting the evidence. So let me get this straight. The investigator wouldn't go into the house to investigate anything that happened in the house, but would take collection cups? Are you kidding? Like, what is this? Agatha says there's a little door connected to the basement, if I got that right. So let's look back at the house. Yeah, I don't know. Karen was saying that he went in, John, when she saw John go in, he went in through the side door. And I didn't know. See, if you look at the left side of the home, I don't see a door there, just a gate. Some people think he went through the gate. I don't know. But there's a door right there next to the garage. And I wonder if there's another door behind where you see that recycle bin, if there are doors on that side too. I'm not sure. I wonder, can we pull up like the Zillow listing of this home? Let me see if I can do that. I'm going to go on mute really quick. What was this? The home address, right? 34 Fairview? I'm going to see. Okay, guys, I found it. Do you want to see what Court TV is going to say, or do you want me to share my screen and we look at the Zillow listing of the house? I think let's watch the Zillow listing. You guys, let me see what you all say. Okay, you want to see the listing. Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, so here's the Zillow listing. Let me make sure that you all can see my screen. Perfect. So let's see all 23 photos. All right. Come on, show us where the basement is. There's really no photo of the Oh, look. Okay. Look at this. Look how lucky we are. Do you guys see how lucky we are? Let's see. Yeah, it's a pricey house, almost $1 million. Okay. So there's 3 floors, and which floor is the main floor? It looks like floor 2 because everyone is saying that there's a basement. That must mean that floor 2 is the ground floor, the one where you would enter the home from. Yeah, see, it says over there entry and yeah, I don't do you guys see another entry? I don't know. Let me see. Can I pull this as a JPEG here? No, not a JPEG. Systems, bath, bonus room. Ah, and it's cut off. Let me see what you all are saying in the chat. Lisa says if you look at the house, you can tell that the original house was part next to the garage. Then you can tell that the garage was another part with the 6 windows was added. The basement is not counted as a floor. So then that's floor 1 is when you walk into the house, that's what you see? I don't think so. I think this would be what the basement is because that's where the exercise room is and the kitchen is here on floor 2. So I think if you look there, according to this listing, this main floor, like once you go into the stairs and inside the home, in that diagram, I think that is floor 2. And they're considering floor 1 the basement. And if we know that on floor 1 is where the exercise room is, let's go back and look at that exercise room. That's the only picture they have of the basement. We don't see any doors that lead to it. Let's go back. Let's see what else is there. There's an exercise room, a bathroom, and a bonus room, but we don't know which ones they are. And there's no entrance or there's no stairs that lead either upstairs or downstairs. We don't see any pictures of stairs. Oh, wait. Look at that. Okay, so we see stairs leading up to the 3rd floor, according to that diagram. And see, there's the deck. And in the diagram here, the deck is on floor 2. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute one more time. I'm gonna stop sharing, or you know what? I'll keep sharing this screen. I'm gonna see if I can find a Redfin listing, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute really quick. There is a Redfin listing. Oops, what did I just do? There is a Redfin listing, but it looks like it's the same pictures. So let me show you all that. Let me make sure you guys are seeing it. Let me see. I didn't see any sign. Oh, Lisa's Vinny is talking. Do you guys want to listen to this and we'll look at the Redfin stuff in a bit? Yeah, it really is. Especially on the East Coast, my understanding is they don't make as much, the police officers, law enforcement doesn't make as much money as on the West Coast. Okay, guys, for the time being, let's go back to, oops. What am I doing? What am I doing? Let's go back to, I'm going to mute myself. Let's watch what Vinny is saying, and I will be right back. Or I'll be here, but I'll go on mute. All right, everyone. I am annoyed that this diagram doesn't have the garage, right? Am I not seeing it? I don't see a diagram of the garage. That's annoying. You can get into the basement from the garage. Why is there no diagram of the garage? Okay, let me add this back to stage. Okay. And this is the Redfin one, right? Yeah. Okay, so I was looking at the selling history and oops, wrong button. I was looking at the selling history and it was listed November 2022. So this is 11 months, 10 months roughly. Listed for almost 950, and like Steve was saying, sold for about 50,000 less than what it was listed for. I wonder, did they buy this home new? Because it doesn't have a history beyond November 2022. Okay, let's see. Parking has a garage, 2 spaces. It's attached and it's off the street. Well, if it's attached, why isn't it in the diagram? Lisa says, I don't think it counts in the square footage. But you would think if there's any connection to it to lead to the basement, for example, or there's no diagram. Okay, let's see what else it says. Interior. Oh, there is a lot of information here. Let's see. One fireplace. Basement is full and finished. And then it just has the size of all the different rooms. All right. Exterior. I wish it had like number of doors or something. It was built in 1974 and then renovated in 1976. So maybe the Albert's dad bought it. Let me see what you are all saying in the chat. It was a family home inherited. Yeah, that makes sense. So it was purchased in 1974. And then the pictures here, these are all the same exact pictures as the ones from Zillow. Same pictures. And I think, because if you look at the floor 1 and floor 2, the stairs look like they're in the same place or very close to the same place. That's why I'm thinking that this door
For the OUI charge.
leads to the stairs. I'm going to go on mute, everybody.
OUI at 12:45.
I don't know, everyone. Every time I hear that other lady talk, I'm like, maybe they are looking at manslaughter. She makes a good argument. Oh man. Um, Lisa says, yes, you can. You can drive under the influence without hitting anyone. Yeah. Steve says, if she is found not guilty, then the others be prosecuted for interfering with an investigation and evidence tampering. So we were talking about that earlier in the chat, and Lisa said something along the lines of the defense attorneys for any of these police officers or whoever for interfering. mm, Well, I don't think they'll try them for murder of John O'Keefe, but I don't know if they'll go for interfering with an investigation and evidence tampering. I don't know. They, I think Karen got to Canton around 8:30 p.m. They went to one bar first, and then they went to the waterfall around 10:30, I want to say. They were there till about midnight, and then everyone collectively, or a little bit after midnight, I think, and then they all collectively supposedly drove to the Albert House. And I think a little bit before 12:30 was when John allegedly got out of Karen's car. Yeah, let's see. So here's that diagram again. The garage is not here. And I'm thinking this door, that's across from the stairs, this is the door that leads to the stairs to go to the garage. Well, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know. I wish they had more pictures of the home to try to understand what are the possible entryways. And if you look at this basement, you can see windows, right? I see 1, 2, 3 windows, but I don't really see any doors on the outside leading in. Yeah, I don't see any doors on the outside leading inside. I see doors going into the systems room, and 2 doors going into the bathroom, 1 door that seems maybe at the bottom of the stairs, and that's how you enter the garage. Perhaps a closet next to that door. I don't know. What do you all see? Colton Cake says that's tricky. It would be much weirder if she didn't drink at the bars, but then got home at like 1 a.m. Well, she did drink. She's admitted to drinking. I think she said um, she had like a double shot, and ultimately the conclusion was she had approximately 3 drinks. Yeah, yeah, it is suspicious. Yeah. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go on mute. Okay, I'm gonna go off mute and explain what my understanding is. The jury asked if they find that they've reached a decision on two of the charges, but they can't reach a decision on the third, is the entire thing uh, a hung jury? So they're basically saying, if you make some assumptions here, that they are very clear on what they want to bring back as a verdict for two of the charges, but they're hung on a third. They're asking, can we bring this forward, or would this be considered a hung jury? And the judge is not answering this question, is giving them a confusing answer to it, which I am so angry right now because the question, the way they've phrased, the judge is saying that this is a hypothetical, theoretical question. But okay, because they started with the word if, okay, if this happens, blah, 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 they could easily say, is finding a verdict on two of the charges, but not on a third, a hung jury. Then that's not a theoretical. There was no if, it's is. It like literally changed the word if to is, and it's no longer a theoretical question. This is so freaking corrupt. So basically, the jurors are clear about two of the charges. They don't know about the third. Oh my gosh. And this is literally what happened in the first trial, that after they came back and it was a mistrial. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's unbelievable. And you can't even give her, I know, you can't even give her the benefit of the doubt. The way she's answering the question is, I can't answer this. She's just tell them yes or no. How is that a theoretical question? Yes, and that's exactly what Vinny, Lisa's Vinny was just saying, that they're basically asking, could there be a partial verdict? This is so corrupt. What do they want, a third trial? This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh. It's unbelievable. So instead of saying, if we are clear on two of the charges, they just changed the word to is. Then that's no longer a theoretical question. Or they just say, they say it as a statement. We are clear on two of the charges. We're confused on a third. Does that mean, like, turn it so that it's not a theoretical, definitive? We have reached a verdict on two of the charges and not on the third. Is that considered a hung jury? Is no longer theoretical. They're asking that question because they are literally, that's the situation that it is. It is not a theoretical question. They wouldn't be asking it if they weren't in that situation. This is so ridiculous. Yes, it's a not guilty. And you can tell that the two more, my interpretation of all this is, for the two strongest, for the two biggest, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm so mad. Oh my gosh. And like, look, I don't know if Karen did it or not, okay? What I do know is the prosecution did not prove that she's guilty. They did not prove that she's guilty. So infuriating. Maybe they want a third trial to get a stronger prosecutor. I mean, at what point would you consider this a failure? What's the maximum number you can try someone? 3 times, right? I think. I don't know. Yeah, they want guilty and they're cheating. They are moving the goalpost around. This is cheating. And you know what? Now all of us know right now, if we're ever in a jury and we want to ask a judge a question and the answer we get back is, well, that's a theoretical question, you phrase it as a fact. We are conclusive on two of the charges. inconclusive on the third. Is that a hung jury? Double jeopardy, if I'm not mistaken, it's when you can't try someone twice for the same offense. So for example, OJ was found not guilty on first degree murder. They can't try him again for first degree murder, but maybe they could go in with second degree. Sarah, this is infuriating. It's infuriating. And this just reminded me, I had posted something about OJ and someone commented and said, OJ was found innocent. No, he wasn't. He was found not guilty. When we're doing this, when we say it's a verdict of not guilty, that doesn't mean that the person is innocent. It's that there wasn't enough evidence, there wasn't enough proof to say that the person is guilty. They could still be guilty. I mean, in OJ's trial, we know they found him not guilty, but we all know he's guilty. He's not innocent. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is so, man, I wish I was in Boston right now. I would be screaming in the streets. I would be screaming. I know they said this is a buffer zone and you can't talk too loud. I'd be like, can someone tell the jury they can come back with a partial verdict? It's totally fine. Oh my goodness. Dude, this judge it's clear. It's clear she's biased. And this is only, I started watching what, on Friday? Clearly she is biased. And I know a lot of people were saying that she was biased during the proceedings. I did not see any of that, but just this decision, which literally impacts how the jury is going to come back, is an incredibly biased decision. By the way, because I'm speaking loudly, is my voice being muffled? Because I am incredibly angry. I know some people still think he's innocent. Yeah, blatantly guilty. There's no limit on the number of number of times you can bring charges. At what point would the citizens of that town be like, stop wasting our tax dollars? You guys clearly don't have a case. Go. I know, Margaret, I know. See, a lot of people on Revealing the Narc, they're like, you have such a calm voice and blah, blah, blah. But when I get heated, I get heated. And injustice is infuriating. This is injustice. This is clearly the wrong decision. Oh my gosh. Yes, I think it was the same judge. I think it was the same judge. And that's just it. They keep yeah, how is she spending all this money? I mean, at some point, I would just replay the second trial. Like, if I was tried again, I'd be like, here, watch this tape. The sound is authentic. Okay, good. Sarah says, I don't think they actually let the same thing happen, though. It's still early, and judge cannot let the same thing happen again. Love Angry Rants, Cults and Cake says, Lisa says, if I were on the jury, I would enter not guilty, then attach an opinion to it. Has that been done before? I don't know if you can do that. I don't know. Cults and Cake is saying, how on earth do they have the same judge? She should have recused herself. And like Lisa was saying earlier, this is the same judge who presided over the DUI murder case of Brian Albert's brother. Sarah says, just because this is one answer to a question doesn't mean it will happen this way. It's misleading the jury. It's basic to me, what it looks like they're doing is they're telling them, you have to be unanimous on all three charges or it's a hung jury. That's the question. Oh my gosh. Teaspoon says, in cases of a hung jury where the jury cannot reach a unanimous verdict, a defendant can be retried as many times as the prosecution chooses, as double jeopardy doesn't apply. Yes, because they have not been found guilty of any charge. Yes, it's very misleading. And that's why Alan Jackson was saying, just add this statement at the end, at this time. Just say at this time. because the implication of that is in the future that it could be different. In the future, I could answer this question, right? Oh my God. I mean, if I was in that jury room and the judge came back and said, this is a theoretical question, I would respond with a conclusive, not a theoretical question. We have reached a decision on 2. We don't know what we're doing on the 3rd. Is that a hung jury? It's no longer theoretical. It is the actual situation that we are in right now. It's ridiculous. And clearly, the first jury had reached a very similar conclusion. Lisa says it was Bev's oh, I'm sorry. So the judge's brother represented Brian's brother. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Yeah, ridiculous. It must be hell in that jury room, Colton Cake says. This is so this is injustice. This is what injustice looks like. Some people in the crime or the court TV chat are saying Judge Bev really needs to be examined. Someone else says my hope has gone. Judge Bev has incinerated it. Ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Okay, Sarah says, yes, they may ask another question that will answer it. Hopefully, too much the jury has to come up with on their own. Yeah, just frame the question because the judge is saying this came as a theoretical question. I can't answer it. So frame it as a conclusive, this is the situation. Colson Cake says, oh, so Bev actually has personal connections to the trial. It seems that way. Steve says the most misleading thing was the judge's instructions to the jury. Yeah, that went on forever. Thank you, Cindy. Agatha says at least OJ got his at the end anyways. Yeah, they found him guilty in civil court. And eventually he got tried for something else. I mean, if I was one of the citizens of this town and 2 times it came back as a mistrial, and then you find out later, and I'm making an assumption that this is what the case is, that 2 of the charges they were clear on and not clear on the 3rd, that it could have ended the trial. I'd be like, stop wasting my tax dollars on this. Stop spending 33 days in court, paying the jury X amount of dollars, paying the judge could be trying a different case. The prosecution could be trying a different case. Stop paying for food for 35 days for the jury. It costs money. This costs money. It's tax dollars. Stop trying it. Clearly, the case is not strong if twice the same result has been reached. AI Digital Marketing says you cannot have a mistrial on lesser included offenses if the offenses are not in the indictment. I'm not sure what that means. AI Digital Marketing. I think the blood has gone to my brain and it's like my brain is overloaded with fury. Yeah, Colton Cake says I'd be protesting in the street about the corrupt judge and police. This is showing corruption. This is only showing that this is weird. This is suspicious. Such a stitch up, Sarah says. Lisa says, when you're in the jury room, a lot of what ifs come up. They are trying to deliver a verdict, a just verdict. They need to say, we don't want her to go to jail. How do you do that? Yeah. AI Digital Marketing says the judge is responsible for guiding the jury on facts in law. Yeah. Steve says the judge was accused of signaling the prosecution. Can you explain what you mean by that, Steve? I didn't know. I didn't know about that. Someone wrote in the court TV comments, why even entertain the second charge if they find her not guilty on second-degree murder? If there was no collision, then the rest does not matter. To me, it eliminates the other charges. I mean, I don't agree with that because if she's not guilty of killing him, that doesn't mean that she wasn't driving drunk. AI digital marketing says, I hope the jury says, well, if we don't know the consequences, we should just say not guilty. Yeah. In fact, this might push them in that direction, right? That they don't want to get another mistrial. Lisa says, you can throw out a lesser included as a juror. It doesn't apply to this case. Maybe she was drunk, but it doesn't apply to this case. Okay, my heart rate got back to normal, guys, I think. This is unbelievable. I mean, Alan Jackson was like red in the face. He was so mad. Yeah. Colton Cake says, that's what I said earlier. If anything, it would make me say not guilty to all. Steve says it was on a video showing her signaling the jury when they analyzed the jury, meaning telling them who to pick for the jury. I know. Take deep breaths. Bring that heart rate down. What is that saying? Not my circus, not my monkeys. I love that saying. Not my circus, not my monkeys. But and I'm saying that as a joke. This is something that any one of us could be in this type of situation, and to answer that way to such a critical question. Yeah. Colton Cake said, she said Jackson told her to ignore the question. That's a lie. Yeah, because and honestly, think about it. And now she went on record saying that. I'm glad he stood up and said, that's not what I said. Wow. And she said that earlier too. That the defense said, yeah. No, sorry, not jury, prosecution. So during the prosecution, the judge was signaling to the jury or the prosecution? Sorry, Steve, I'm so confused. Sorry. Lisa says Judge Bev had been transferred to another court position, but they brought her back. Of course they did. Yeah. Colton Cake says, and then swiftly dismissed everyone as he was saying that wasn't true. Yeah, like I wish she let him speak. What did he say? But that's just it. She doesn't want it on court record what he actually said. That's why they keep having these sidebars, right? Do the sidebars end up in court records? Wow. Ridiculous. And I feel like what they are asking is to get clarity on the law. He said, that's not true, Your Honor. Yeah. Steve says, I was listening and someone said jury, and I typed it. She was supposedly signaling the prosecution. Okay, she was signaling the prosecution. Do you know what she was signaling them? Ridiculous. The chairs were clinking. Is that so? I think I turned my audio down of court TV, so I'm not sure because I don't hear anything, but I don't know if it's because I did turn the volume down. Oh my goodness. AI digital marketing says the prosecutor says objection without giving a reason. Then the judge says sustained or answer the question. This alerts the witness if they should answer the question or lie. Okay, let me read that one more time. The prosecutor says objection without giving a reason. Then the judge says sustained or answer the question. This alerts the witness if they should answer the question or lie to the question. So that means the witnesses would have been prompted if there is this type of signaling happening. If it is some form of communication. Lisa says sidebars go on the record. Sarah says such BS. The question is only about the verdict form and how to fill it out. Yes, she can answer that. Just say you can have a partial verdict. Yes. Yes. And this is exactly why the defense was saying, can we have an updated verdict form? Yeah. Steve says, not sure. It was a YouTube video on Monday night. I haven't seen it, Steve, so I don't know. Digital marketing says the judge was doing ex parte communications with prosecutor during trial using hand signals. That is illegal. What? I need to look into this. Sarah says many trials, there's no speaking objections. That is very common. So, of the three charges, which one do you think? Do you think it's the most serious charge that they don't know if it's guilty or not guilty? No, that doesn't make sense because if they think she's not guilty of driving under the influence, it's less likely they think she hit him under the influence. I don't know. I don't know. The witness had been coached, digital marketing says. Someone in the comments are, can you give us something else to look at other than the fan? Where's the court TV people? Where did they go? Are they on a break? Release steam. I did. I did. And I feel like my heart rate is back to normal. Okay, 3 charges, Lisa says, murder 1, murder 2, and manslaughter. Are those the charges against her? Oh my goodness. Yeah, people in the court TV chat think that they're stuck on the OUI charge. Colton Cake says all the witnesses for the prosecution were sketchy, except the second friend that was there when he was found and the mom. So Carrie, I think, was the other friend and the mom. So what time is it over there right now? It's 2 p.m., 2:07 p.m. So they have another hour and 53 minutes for today. I mean, if you get an answer back like that, this is hypothetical, do you pretty much say, okay, well, we're hung then, so we're ready to deliver our verdict and it's a hung jury? Ridiculous. I mean, it's an outrage. If that happens, if the same thing happens as the first trial and the judge had every opportunity to fix it with the way she answered this question, it's unbelievable. Teaspoon says, I need a nap, but trying to hang in there in case there's a verdict. I know, Teaspoon, just another hour and 53 minutes. Hour and 52 now. Oh, man. I'm monitoring the chat on Court TV to see what they're saying. Um, AI Digital Marketing says, I've been to a lot of court trials. I've seen a lot of tricks. I caught all of theirs here. I have never been to a trial where no reason is given for a trial objection. So if it was the prosecution that kept saying objection without a reason, that means it would be a cross-examination of a prosecution witness then by the defense? Or it could be the defense's um, own witness? Someone in the chat just said to me, this second trial on second-degree murder and leaving the scene is double jeopardy, but who am I to give my opinion? I mean, I don't agree with that because formally, the jury didn't come back with that verdict in the first trial. It was just afterwards they said that. Yeah, and so Sherry M responded, I don't think that is on record. That's why they did this second trial. AI Digital Marketing said last night said not guilty on murder, but maybe guilty on OUI. Is last night a person or is last night what you thought was gonna happen? I felt on Friday, you guys, after those closing arguments, I was like, this is obvious. The prosecution did not prove their case, not guilty. Like, I was very confident about that. And now with what's happening here, I don't know, it's making me not so confident. All right. 211 over there. Where did Court TV go? Where is Court TV? Why are they not talking? They're on a break too. Tell us what Vinny's saying. Tell us what's happening outside. Sorry, guys, that I'm going quiet. Just not sure what to say. It's just Court TV is on. How come it's not on for me? I'm on Court. Is Court TV on for other people? All I see is the fan. They're probably freaking out about the corrupt Judge Colton cases. They were angry. You could tell they were angry. Vinny was angry too. Yeah, I just have the fan on also. Teaspoon too. Yeah, all I see is the fan. A lot of people in the chat are like, I can't believe this is happening again. Someone is saying this is really disturbing. Someone said, and I don't know if this is possible, defense needs to raise an emergency motion to SJC, which I'm assuming is Supreme. I don't know, to have Bev removed. It would stop deliberations where they are. I mean, maybe that's what's happening. 1344 and counting, Lisa says. Yeah, this is incredibly disturbing. The judge's response is frightening. And I remember earlier in the chat, someone was saying that the judge kept saying, I can't answer that question. Teaspoon says law and crime also has the fan. Colton Cake says, if I were the courtroom janitor, I'd put a funny sticker on the fan each day. Oh my gosh, with a yellow Post-it note with a smiley face. AI digital marketing says prosecutor cannot continue to say objection, objection, objection after objection because the defense doesn't know how to overcome it because no reason for the objection is given. Lisa says, I agree. They need to have another judge. Who did they just show? Oh, okay. My audio is pretty much off. They're showing the garden hose murder. Does everyone see that too? Man, it's unbelievable. Okay, Teaspoon, you see it too? Yep, and it says we'll be right back. Yeah, they went for a long break, Court TV did. You know, they were all worked up and they're like, we need a break. Yeah, they do. Lisa, I know I highlighted this already, but they need another judge to intervene. And I feel like Alan Jackson, if it's something possible to do, he might be on the phone trying to do that now. Man. What a day, right, everybody? So how are you all feeling now? Are you thinking the jury is leaning towards not guilty, at least on the murder charge? I know, Colton Cake. Which one are we watching next? I think what I'll do next is the Brian Koberger stuff. And the reason I say that is because at least if I'm using the East Idaho News, I can at least show the video here on our live stream and we won't need two devices. Um, Cindy says, I thought you always had to state what your objection was. I thought so too. And this is what AI digital marketing is saying. The prosecutor is supposed to say, for example, objection, hearsay. The defense knows how to meet the objection. To like phrase the question in a different way. Teaspoon says, I think on murder 1 and 2, not guilty, and last one hung. That's what I think too. If they think they can come with a partial verdict like that. But seriously, if this is another mistrial, the next time it was time to vote, you can vote for the district attorney, right? I would vote against whoever is in charge here. I would not vote for that person. Because at some point it's like, dude, take that money and put it in education for the town. We don't need another trial. Clearly, the prosecution case is not strong. Even on murder 2. Colton Cake says if the objection grounds aren't stated, the judge should ask on what grounds before deciding to overrule or sustain. Agatha, I don't have the fan. I have the Court TV like screensaver thing. AI digital marketing says another reason for giving reason for an objection is for appeal. The reason for the objection will be in the transcript so the appellate court can review it for error. Yeah. Margaret says there has to be somewhere Alan Jackson can go to put in an official complaint and serious not to be able to. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. And if she's found guilty, I think this would be one of the things to appeal on, that the jury didn't know exactly, they were confused or they didn't know that they could go, 3 different ways. Oh, there's breaking news. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna go on mute. Well, here we go. Peekaboo's asking what she missed. A lot, Peekaboo. I had a rant. So, did you hear about that, Peekaboo? What happened with the judge just a little bit ago? The jury asked a couple of questions, and one of the questions was about if the jury is decided on two of the charges, but they can't decide on the third, will it be hung jury? And the judge's response was, "This is a theoretical question, and I can't answer it." And this is this is wild because this is going to lead into potentially a this is basically the jurors saying they don't understand the rules. Like, tell us the rules. Um, and the defense was angry, clearly. Alan Jackson was saying, can we add to the end of that answer "at this time"? So that the implication is we can't answer that question at this time, but potentially we can answer it later. And the judge did not agree and sent the answer as is. They basically asked if this, then blah blah blah. They can change that question to make it um, RV had a righteous meltdown. I was angry. I mean, I'm still angry. Especially if this turns out to be a mistrial. I think you can hang your hat on the reason it being a mistrial because of how the judge answered that question. Because clearly what they're saying is we're pretty good on two of the charges. This third one we don't know about. Unbelievable. Seriously, unbelievable. Yeah, that's what happened last time, Peekaboo is saying. They said they were a hung jury and it was only one. Yeah. We should all have righteous meltdowns right now. Hudson Cake is saying. I mean, I don't know. I would hope, Colts and Cake, that you're right, that they don't want a mistrial. That's why they were asking that question, hopefully, and then they just pick one for the third charge. You're gonna listen to my rant. I was angry and I was talking pretty loudly, so I don't know if the audio was getting distorted because I was speaking so loudly. Oh, another thing we did is we looked up the 34 Fairview on Zillow and on Redfin, and you love to hear me rant. Yeah, when I get mad, I get mad. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like one of the things that Megan did that made me absolutely furious. My blood was boiling was when she visited the LA fires and then she walked over all of those. My blood is starting to boil again. I need to calm down. That happened 6 months ago. I don't need to get worked up about it. um, Colton Cake says, that's a good point. Colton Cake says the judge also lied in front of the court, saying the defense had said to ignore the jury's question, which he did not do, and then dismissed the court before he could reply. Corruption. Corruption. Oh, that's when you left looking at the home? Okay, everyone, I'm going to go on mute. All right, everyone, we have an hour and 20 minutes left until closing time. Let's see. Lisa said Court TV has reporters that come and we'll call it visit LawTube channels. I think they are just collecting public opinion. Yeah, they're just trying to get different opinions and keep the conversation flowing. I have to tell you, doing a collab on a video is much easier than talking by yourself because there's a natural flow of conversation and yeah, so I can understand why they do that. Um, AI Digital Marketing says everybody here can file a complaint against a judge with a judicial conference. Google it. And the Massachusetts State Bar or ABA, Google it. Okay, Lisa says that is one busy fan. It sure is. And Peekaboo says if the judge is interfering because she wants a hung jury or a guilty verdict, she's playing a dangerous game. I just groped it, she says. What did Groke say, Peekaboo? Digital marketing says anybody can file a complaint to the federal DOJ and alert them of corruption with the Canton Police Department cops covering up. I imagine a lot of people are going to do that, depending on how this turns out. Colton Cake says that guy just wandering in front of the camera looking lost. Oh my goodness. Lisa says, here's the deal. To go against the judge is never a good idea. Margaret's asking what Grok is. Grok is an AI tool on X, and you can ask it questions, and it gives you answers. Peekaboo, please let me know if that was the correct, if that's a good explanation of Grok. Steve says, I can see why you feel so angry. We have watched and assessed this case for hours, and the judge just messed up and kind of ruined it. And the judge didn't give an honest answer because she's saying it's a theoretical question. If she's saying it's a theoretical or hypothetical question, she's assuming that the jury hasn't reached that conclusion. But I don't think the jury would ask that question if that wasn't the situation they're in, which immediately makes it non-hypothetical. It's a realistic question. Oh, Colton Cake's been saying grok like flock. So grok? Grok? I've been saying grok, but who knows? I mispronounce things all the time. The other day I was trying to record a video for something and I just couldn't say this one word. So I was like, forget it. I need to use a different word. I can't remember what word it was. But I was like, there's no way. This word is not working. I can't say it. One time I had to give a presentation. I needed to say it's a genetic anomaly. Okay. But I kept saying animally. So right before I'm going to tell you guys a story really quick and I'll go on mute. And I kept practicing like 5 minutes before the presentation. And anomaly. See, I was just going to do it now. Anomaly. I said it over and over again. But then when it was time to give the presentation, I said anomaly, like I was just about to do. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go on mute. All right, that journalist thinks we're coming back today with a verdict. I hope so. An hour and 6 minutes left. Let's see, where did I get to in the chat? It's like saying toy boat 3 times. Um, yeah, I agree, Colton Cake. But I mean, in our defense, well, in my defense, I only saw the closing, and that was not good. Um, you can support his family and still think she is not guilty. Absolutely. And ultimately, when you say not guilty, what you're really saying is the prosecution didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah. Colton Cake says, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory when there's literally evidence. Yeah. Digital marketing says cops and courts were better when I was growing up in Chicago. You could you could just bribe them. Oh my goodness. Peekaboo says you support the family and the victim by being critical about the evidence. Yeah, because the right person should be behind bars, right? You want to make sure that if you do find someone guilty of something, that is the right person. Lisa says, I would never go to a trial for a vacation. Same. Same. I also would not go for a vacation. Peekaboo says, so he supports the prosecution, not the family. That you mean the gentleman that was being interviewed, Peekaboo? Lisa says, the Menendez brothers, my company sent a very expensive flower arrangement to their company because they were one of our clients. We were shocked when we found out the boys did it. Yeah. Yeah, I bet. Um, Agatha, I'll let you all read that. Colton Cates, Cake says, if they had asked if we have concluded 2 charges but not the third, is it hung? Do you think the judge would have answered it? Yes, because it's still a hypothetical. It's still if. It's still an if question, in my opinion. Steve says Grok is a quantum AI computer that can analyze info at incredible rate. It can access media and other sources to analyze questions and probability factors almost instantly. Yep. Yeah. Cindy says cults. I don't think so, as they use the word if again, which the judge says makes it a hypothetical question. Yeah, and I mean, it was like how Vinny was saying. All they have to do is phrase it in a different way, and it's no longer a hypothetical. It's, is it a hung jury? Well, I was gonna say if. Is it a hung jury when we've concluded on 2 of the charges and we can't reach a verdict on the third? Unbelievable. I still can't believe that. And that happened like an hour and a half ago. I'm still very surprised how obviously biased that answer was. And you know what? Hopefully it backfires on them. That on the third charge, they're like, well, since we don't know the answer and we don't want a mistrial, let's just vote not guilty on that one too. So Court TV was saying the question was if we found not guilty on 2 charges. I don't remember hearing that. But yeah, that is not okay. Okay, everyone, I'll go back on mute. All right, everybody. What did I miss? Let's see. Oh, Agatha says, I guess I have to get up early if they don't get back today. 47 minutes left. Yeah. Calls the Cake says, did you see that upper lips compression? He's mad. That upper lip compression. uh, Lisa says Vinny's dad was a federal judge. His brother is a partner in a law firm. Vinny is a former prosecutor. And if you have a prosecutor get angry about that answer, I think that says a lot, right? Like a former prosecutor is like, no, why aren't we answering this directly for the jury? Yeah. Margaret says the judge is so determined not to answer the question, totally dismissive of the defense lawyer. Absolutely. Yeah. Steve loves that fan. Yep. Lisa says, I see the issue on the way that misdemeanor is outlined. Um, Lisa also says it was the or that messes up the third charge. Cindy says, didn't the judge explain that you can have a guilty or not guilty answer for each count? Honestly, who knows? I was falling asleep. Like, and I'm sure the jury was too. Those were such, it was too much. It was too much. How long was Lori Vallow's like how long were they deliberating in Lori Vallow's case that we were watching last week? I don't think it was a long time, right? Cindy says, did they do a breathalyzer test? I think they did blood work, Cindy, because it was only after she was under psych eval at the hospital, I think. But if someone knows differently, please drop it in the chat. You know, I really feel for John's niece and nephew. That's they've lost so much. But I didn't realize, but they were very young when their mom passed away from cancer, and then 2 months later, their dad passed away from a heart attack. They were, like, I think 2 and 4 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Lisa says they drew blood at the hospital. Agatha says, I would guess they took a blood sample. Yeah. And they took it at, like, 6 o'clock in the morning, or maybe 5 o'clock. But it was early in the morning, many hours after being at the bar. Oh, it looks like they're back, everyone. I'm gonna go on mute. All right, everyone, we're on a break again. This morning, didn't the judge say they're going to finish at 4 p.m.? Didn't the judge say to the defense team, be here by 4? Do you all remember that? I could have sworn it was 4, but Vinny was saying 4:30. And at this point, if it's 4, we have 35 minutes left. It looks like the jury's been deliberating almost for 15 hours. Yeah, we'll see. It could be a verdict soon, Sarah says. I hope so. I hope so. It would be great to know something today. If not, I'm going to see you all bright and early tomorrow. Peekaboo says, do a video and re-rant. I think it'll be a good. Oh, and Cindy, you'll critique me? Yes, please. Please tell me. Tell me to take deep breaths, maybe do some yoga, relax, get that heart rate down. Oh my gosh, the first trial was something like 5 days, Sarah said. Yeah, I mean, that could happen, and it could be. So as of right now, we're on day 3. I don't know how they count Friday as day 1 because that was literally like 2 hours of deliberation. So I don't know why they count that as a full day. But today would be day 3. Tomorrow will be day 4. Thursday is a holiday, so there will be no court on Thursday. And then on Friday, there will be trial again. And Sarah says, not 5 days based on those questions. Yeah, it seemed, I mean, they basically said we are not guilty on 2 of them. They're just deliberating on that, whatever is their last one. Agatha says, state police sounds really bad to East Germans. Yeah, because I don't know much about that, Agatha. I was doing, what was it? I was taking, I think, a persuasion class. I think that's what it was. And I watched a video of Ronald Reagan giving a speech in Germany, I think, as the wall was coming down. If I'm not mistaken, I could be totally wrong. Yeah. Agatha says state police is responsible for the whole state compared to local town police, I think. Lisa says, why don't they call themselves the Commonwealth Police instead of state police? I have no idea. I have no idea. No clue. Yeah, so you guys are all, do you think it'll be today? I'm going to throw the question back at you. I wish I could poll you all, but StreamYard doesn't have an inherent polling device, unfortunately. So do you think the verdict is going to come down today? Put it in the chat. There's 32 minutes left if the judge has said 4 o'clock, which I thought that's what she had said. Yeah, Thursday is a special holiday. It's so special that even the courthouse is shut down. But yeah, that Thursday is my birthday. So yeah, 50-50 if it's today, Sarah says, but definitely by tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, we're at 32 minutes left. So, and they were saying that the crowd was getting all excited, but I really think that they're just coming back because they were supposed to be back at 4 p.m. Yeah, I'm a Juneteenth birthday, and it's so wild because they never celebrated. Like, I don't remember in my childhood or young adulthood anyone ever saying Juneteenth. It's only maybe in the last decade that they've been calling it Juneteenth. Yeah. Margaret doesn't think it'll come today. Peekaboo thinks it'll come before my birthday on Thursday. Yeah, it's kind of cool. My birthday's on a holiday now, so everybody can celebrate. Steve says, I don't care. I'm for all day lives. So Steve is hoping they don't come back today. We'll see, though. We'll see. 31 more minutes. I'm really hoping that they do come back today, but I won't be mad at it if they don't and we do this again tomorrow. I won't be mad at it. I'll be real. I won't be mad. But anyways, I will start setting up streams for us to watch the East Idaho News Channel and all of the pretrial hearings that have to do with Brian Koberger. Yeah. Cindy says, well, that pot is going to put hair on my chest. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's happening. I wonder, was didn't the judge say 4 o'clock? Well, maybe she meant for the defense to be back by 4 and then give the jury till 4:30. It could be that. Lisa says there's always another trial around the corner. I can't believe the garden hose one got shut down. Sarah says she thinks it's a verdict. Did you hear anything, Sarah? Did you, are you seeing it on another channel? Security is in force waiting for families, Sarah says. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm getting goosebumps and I'm getting anxious. 29 minutes if it's 4 o'clock. Just Bonnie, Sarah says. Who's Bonnie, Sarah? I don't know who that is. Oh my God. Oh, Vinny. Gotcha. What got shut down? I don't remember saying something got shut down. I don't remember, Lisa. I think maybe I was saying that I thought everything was supposed to end or be shut down by 4 o'clock, but maybe it was that the defense and the prosecution needed to be there by 4 o'clock so they can shut it down by 4:30. Maybe that's what I said. Sarah says, I love Vinny and Court TV. I watch it all the time, seen lots of their trials. Nice, Sarah. You know who else really loves Vinny? There's someone else here who really loves Vinny. I'll let you identify yourself if you want. Steve says the Koberger pretrial stuff is going to be really interesting. It will be, especially because they're going to bring up that genetic genealogy. And you all know how passionate I am about that. No worries, Sarah. No worries, Lisa. I think I messed up when I said shut it down. And Sarah, the other person who really is a Vinny fan is Lisa. So Lisa and Sarah, you both are very big Vinny fans. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, there's going to be a fight that's going to break down in the chat. Oh my goodness, it's great. Yep. So yeah, I'm really interested to watch how they decided the genetic genealogy thing. But yeah, they shut down the garden hose trial. Yeah, so they use genetic genealogy when they don't know which direction to go, right? Like anytime law enforcement uses that, it's because they don't have a lead. And there's always this question of privacy when genetic genealogy is used and whether or not it's infringing on people's privacy. So, yeah. Agatha says, Americans tell me Reagan was the reason the wall fell. Some say it's David Hasselhoff. I have no idea. I have no idea. I just remember watching that speech, and I think for my persuasion class, we watched it because it was an incredibly patriotic speech, and there was language and different like speech patterns that were used that created unity. They dismissed without prejudice. Oh yes, for the garden hose trial. Yes, Teaspoon. The Margaret, do you mean the Brian Koberger? It will be. It will be. And I'm a huge fan of why am I blanking on her name? Cece Moore. Oh my gosh, I am a huge fan of Cece Moore, who is one of the leading experts in genetic genealogy. She is, if I'm not mistaken, the owner of Parabon Labs, and they do a lot of that genetic genealogy, and they can either use DNA to reconstruct someone's face, like basically they know hair color, nose shape, skin color, and it's wild. Like one time on Dateline, they reconstructed the female journalist's face, and it was really close. And they didn't tell Parabon whose DNA they got, but yeah. Colton Cake says, "Were you guys alive when the Berlin Wall fell? It was the year I was born." What year did it happen? I was born in 1982. And I think Reagan was president in 1982, so probably I was born already. Um, Peekaboo says, I visited Berlin Wall before the fall. Lisa says, "I thought it was interesting when John Ramsey said they were using 23andMe data to find JonBenét's killer. I thought this was all private information." You can opt in to have your DNA go into what's called GEDmatch. And I mean, this is the future, I think, of solving cold cases. It's fascinating. I feel like almost every episode of Dateline 48 Hours or whatever I've watched in the last month or so, there was some link to genetic genealogy. Okay, Margaret. So Margaret was talking about the Brian Koberger case. Yeah, that one's going to be really interesting. Agatha says, "I was in East Berlin the year before the wall fell." Sarah says, "Who's your favorite Dateline host?" Keith and Josh are tied for me. Keith is my absolute number one favorite. He is my absolute favorite. Like there is nobody that surpasses Keith. I love him. I love how he tells stories. He's just so poetic. And like when he's questioning like Lori Vallow, he's like the way his face changes when he's like, "Are you seriously saying that?" I love him. He's my favorite. Teaspoon says, "If it came down in 89, I was 30. Agatha was 18. Peekaboo was in Moscow and Kiev in October 1989. Court TV is taking a long break. They usually don't take this long of a break. There's 23 minutes left. 22, actually. Yeah, what is going on here? We're getting close to the end of the day. Is anyone watching it on something other than Court TV, or are other people broadcasting any information? I feel like if something big happened, Court TV would be on it. I would hope so, at least. It's making me anxious because we're getting so close to the end of the day. They are deliberating, Lisa says. I feel like it's not going to come today. Because if it does, then the court has to stay open longer. I don't know. You would think they would factor that in, though, when the judge tells them you have until 4 o'clock or whatever time she gave them. They're live now? How come? Oh, okay, they're showing the fan. I was watching it on my iPad. I'm charging my iPad in the kitchen, and the volume is high, so that's how I know when Court TV comes back. But yeah, they're live in the courtroom. We'll see what's going to happen. Steve says the USSR lied to the people about Chernobyl and it collapsed. Yeah, I don't know much about it, honestly. "21 minutes. It feels like I'm counting down to New Year's Eve. But it's just anxiety. hoping that it comes down today. Let's see. Peekaboo says they could do it to mess with the judge because of her answer. You have to drive home in rush hour traffic, judge, because you didn't answer our question. Lisa's asking, where is Karen? I would imagine they're hanging out in the hotel room waiting, right? Sarah says web browser, not YouTube, Court TV website. Watch live. Isn't YouTube live also? Are you guys seeing something different on the Court TV website? The Colton Cake is asking, should the base of the fan be shaking like that? Yikes. This could be a verdict. Lisa says, why? Why do you say that, Lisa? What happened? I don't see anything on the iPad. It's different, Sarah says, what's on Court TV and what's on YouTube. Why would they do that? Should I open Court TV on my computer? But I don't want the audio to get messed up. I'm going to mute my audio so that if I do go on Court TV and there's a lot of noise, nothing, just to mess with us. It's like, don't tell an anxious person something like this. Now I'm going to have to turn on the TV and then check my iPad, and then I'm going to have some other device and just waiting. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see. I'm on Court TV's website. Where do I view it? Oh, watch live. What I'm seeing is a commercial for Grit TV right now. Now I see Court TV commercials. Now I see what looks like a case, a different case. What case is this? Let me see how you all are doing in the chat. Lisa says, everyone, you see the families come in, there is a possible verdict. Sarah says, yes, do it. Court TV is a network on cable, not just a YouTube channel, so they have to broadcast 24/7, but there's commercials. Sarah says, yes, after the commercial, they'll go back. There's not too many commercials. You literally flipped it on right when they went to commercial. Now, why is it giving me this ad? Okay, there we go. So right now what I see is Scripps News. And I'm watching it on the internet on courttv.com. But I think Sarah is saying to watch it on the actual TV. I don't know, Peekaboo. I don't know. I think it was Colton Cake, someone that was saying they'll do it just to mess with the judge so the judge stays longer. Margaret says Colton Cake, it's because it is on the highest setting, because of the speed, they do shake, rattle, and roll. Let's see what's on Court TV. Now I see a Connors commercial. "16 minutes, everybody." Oh, Peekaboo, thank you. Sorry, my memory. Peekaboo said that. Peekaboo said they could do it as revenge. The judge wouldn't answer their question clearly. Well, judge, now you have to drive home in rush hour traffic. On courttv.com, it's still a commercial. It looks like WNBA maybe? Is basketball of some sort. Maybe college basketball, I don't know. Nothing here yet. It will go back to live soon, Sarah says. Yeah, and the YouTube version has been, they haven't come back in a while. It's been, I don't know, when I started talking, I was saying there's 32 minutes left. So it's been a solid 15 minutes since the journalists from Court TV were on. This is a long commercial. Yeah, it is a long commercial. Oh, it is WNBA. And it went into a commercial for some type of TV service. Cindy says Karen and her team are back at the courthouse. Cindy, where are you seeing that? I'm curious because I'm not seeing it on YouTube, and I'm not seeing it on the Court TV website. It will be back live in just a sec. Yep, I'm sure. I'm sure it will. Steve says the fan may self-destruct. It might. That would be exciting. That's what I'm seeing, Lisa says. What I'm seeing now is that trial of that TikTok killer, or the TikTok star murder trial. That's what I'm seeing on the Court TV. And on the YouTube channel, I'm just seeing the fan. Let's see what happens. 13 more minutes, everybody. Sometimes you have to refresh. The clock is at 15:19, Lisa says. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I'm seeing it back live now on Court TV's website. It says crowd gathers as anticipation builds at courthouse. I wonder if I can turn on closed captioning because I don't want to turn on the audio. Do you guys want to hear the audio? If I turn it on, you might hear it from the Court TV website. You guys let me know. I think if the audio is playing in the background, it might be okay. Yes, I am on Watch Live. Yep. Yeah, it says 15 hours and 20 minutes that they've been deliberating. I see the large SUVs are back. YouTube is still just showing the fans. Wow, the Court TV website is much better. Okay, well, if it doesn't come back today, I know how I'm watching it tomorrow. Maybe I'll just have both on. There's a lot of people there. It looks like a lot more people than before. If you can mute and talk to us, Steve said. Okay. Sarah says they do commentary instead of the fan. Yeah, there's more people, it seems, and there's umbrellas. So maybe maybe it's going to rain. Oh, Sarah, please keep talking. It's great because it helps me not talk to myself. So please don't be sorry for all the messages. Type to your heart's content. Peekaboo says, or for the next trial, this was a test run. Remember, yeah, this was a test run. We did really well with the Lori Vallow one until StreamYard crashed right as the verdict was being read. Unbelievable. I couldn't believe that. Yeah, let's see what they're doing. Lots of cars going by. There's an officer crossing the street. That's a terrible street to have to drive through to get home. I would imagine it's constantly bumper to bumper traffic going through there. Well, there's Vinny. Vinny's on Court TV's website. Lisa says the court feed with the fan is different than Court TV. They also have their cameras there. Oh, okay. I'm going to go on mute, everybody, because it looks like they're back in the courthouse. All right, everyone. There it is. There it is. Oh, great. Peekaboo finished right in time for the Sizzliest Live. Awesome. Okay, so I will set up a live stream for tomorrow. I will see you all bright and early. Thank you so much for joining me. I have such a good time with all of you. And yeah, have a good rest of your day. Have a good evening. Have a good morning, good day, depending on where you are in the world. And I will talk to you all soon. Bye, everybody.